We do need those yearling rams back in the ring. There are no senior ram lambs, so we do need to make a presentation at this time. Placings on the class of white yearling rams. First place went to entry number 1936, and that's first in the junior show as well. Winding Wicks, 2219 AI. Catherine Romas, Winding Wicks Farm, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 259. Second place to entry 1938, Morton, 0263. Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. That ram weighing 232, and that was second in the junior show. And our senior champion for the open show goes to 1936, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve senior champion to 1938, Morton, 0263, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Now ready for white junior ram lambs. Also, the association is raffling off an iPad today. They do have a raffle going on right over here at the bleacher area at the corner. Again, this is the National Romney Show today. Our judge is Evan Snyder of Atglen, Pennsylvania. Evan is the shepherd at McCauley, Suffolk. He has also been involved with Superior Farm Dorsets and also McCauley Tunis. Evan is a proud graduate of Oklahoma State University. Go Pokes! Currently, we're showing white Romney Junior Ram Lambs. Your next class will be pair of Ram Lambs. Again, the Romneys are doing a raffle for an iPad, and that raffle will end at the conclusion of the white Romney show before we begin the natural colored Romney show.
I tell you, we only have one Ram Lamb class here for our National White Show, but there's not a bad one in here at all. There's a really, really good set of sheep in this class, very tough class, and I think you could take any of those and show them again to somebody here, and things would shift just a little bit. I think they're high quality. They look like Romneys in terms of their breed character. I think just a very powerful set of Ram Lambs, even though there's not a tremendous amount of number here for us. I think it's really tough in this top end, and I think you could take any of these five and lead off, and I think you could justify it extremely well. The first one, big, massive top sheep. Really, really good when you run your hands down right behind his shoulder. Very, very massive in terms of top shape and hip shape. Put him into motion. He's not my favorite ram in motion. There's a couple of them that I think maybe just get out and go just a little easier than him. I think he sets his feet square, though. You get into his fleece structure, very uniform, got a lot of characteristic about it. I love his hip and just that width of hip that he brings to the table, and just an awfully neat one in terms of his front end. I think this a nice one there to lead off with. Then a couple different things. The next one in motion, really, really good up front. I love that one's cockiness about the point of his shoulders. His head and neck come out of the point of his shoulders so well. Really a neat sheep in terms of his handle and touch. Massive in his top shape as well. Big in his hip. In motion, maybe right in behind him. Maybe could just set those just a little square if you could, get real critical. But again, get into his fleece structure. I think very uniform. I love his front end. I love his chest floor. I love that one's head about him. I think just an awfully neat one there to go too. If we're going to just close our eyes and pick a best fleece one in this class, that one comes in 3. I think that one is incredible in terms of his fleece structure. We put him into motion, and you can lead off with him if you want, because I think structurally he's okay. We put him into motion. He's just a little bit looser made in what he does with his body, does with his hip in motion. But boy, I'm telling you, that thing is long-sighted. He's got a tremendous fleece about him, and I hate to throw my cards out for the best fleece class, but I hope that one comes back for us. The fourth ram comes to us. He's the best moving one here in the class. That thing gets out and goes with so much glide and just effortless in terms of motion. He shortens up just a nickel. His fleece maybe is just a little bit shorter stapled, so maybe it's not quite as easy to read, maybe not quite as good in terms of characteristic as we have in those first 3, but really a neat ram, and just in terms of structure and build and body, again, big in his hip. I think an awfully neat one there. And we round out the class with a real tall one that probably has got a really bright future here. Maybe he's just a little bit greener and immature in terms of how maybe his top shape is handling today compared to a couple of them, but again, very nice in his fleece. He's got some added length about him. Great head about him. Guys, that's a real good class. Be very proud of that set of Ram Lambs. Congratulations.
Our next class is pair of Ram Lambs. Placings on the white junior Ram Lamb class. First place to 1940, Winding Wicks, 2428. Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 165. Second place to entry number 1944, Fleener, 2461. Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 143. Third place to entry 1950, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That ram weighing 159. Fourth, second in the junior show to 1942, Winding Wicks, 2437. Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Fifth place to entry number 1949, Little Hooves, Romney, Charlene Carlisle, Moorestown, New Jersey. Sixth place to entry 1941, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 7 to 1945, Little Hooves Romneys, Charlene Carlisle. 8, third in the junior show to Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. And ninth place, fourth in the junior show to 1946, Caleb Allen, Coventry, Connecticut. For our junior show as well, our junior division, our open show junior champion White Ram is 1940 from that junior Ram Lamb class. Winding Wicks 2428, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The open show reserve champion junior was 1944, Fleener 2461, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Now showing for grand champion Ram, the Lynn Barnes Memorial Cup, a perpetual trophy presented to the national champion White Romney Ram. Lynn Barnes was an early pioneer in the American Romney Breeders Association. He recognized early on the genetic diversity that was necessary. Lynn imported semen and rams from New Zealand and traveled there often. Lynn died in 2017 at the age of 98. He was still active and managed his large flock of white Romneys until the end. The trophy is sponsored by Thistledown Farm, the Kennedy family of Canandaigua, New York.
Well, ringside here, we're picking our champion, National White Romney Ram. Let's put our hands together ringside for these exhibitors. I think they bring you a tremendous set. And again, maybe not a lot of numbers here in the White Ram division, but I'm telling you, there's stud bucks, there's potential bucks here to change some things in the breed. So sound and just an awfully nice group to sort through. For me today, we're going to keep these two buck lambs together for champion and reserve. I like that reserve buck's head and his dark points, maybe just a nickel better than this yearling ram for reserve. That's a nice pair. I think the bright future to them. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our open show, our grand champion Ram went to entry 1940. Our junior champion out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Winding Wicks 2428, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion, 1944, out of that junior Ram Lamb class, Fleener 2461, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. We do need to show for our reserve junior show champion. The reserves junior show champion, as our 1940 was our overall grand champion, is also a junior, so it is our junior show champion. We need to show for that reserve, so we need entry 1936 in the ring of Catherine Romas, along with 1942 of Catherine Romas in the ring out of the junior class. Placing on the white pair of Ram Lambs, first place went to 1954, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to 1952, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And third place to Little Hooves Romneys, Charlene Carlisle, Morristown, New Jersey. In addition to that perpetual trophy, Dusty Rinker of Stewardson, Illinois, provided an award for the grand champion white ram, and Henny Penny Farm of Ridgefield, Connecticut, offers an award for the junior show grand champion white ram.
Well, ringside here, we're picking our reserve junior show ram. Again, not a lot of numbers in the junior show for the Romneys, but tremendous set of sheep that come back out here for that reserve. That grand champion ram was already the overall champion junior. For me, it's close. I'm going to use the yearling ram today for that reserve. Again, I think both high quality. Congratulations.
As we said, our junior show champion ram is 1940. Our overall grand champion ram, Winding Wicks 2428, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Our junior show reserve champion was our first place in the yearling ram class, 1936, Winding Wicks 2219 AI, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. We are ready to move over to our ewes. We need white yearling ewes. Romney, white yearling ewes to the ring. Currently, we're showing white yearling ewes for the National Romney Show. Your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Again, we want to remind folks that the Romney Association are selling chances on a drawing for an iPad. That drawing will happen between the white show and the natural colored show.
Well, guys, another incredible lineup of Romneys here in our white show. I've judged a lot of hard sheep shows to put together, but this one, this class in particular, is just phenomenal in quality and in differences to sort through, and just a tremendous set of sheep here, no matter what breed they are. Just an awfully good group, and these down here, don't be ashamed of them or anything. There's a darn good group of females down there that you're going to be able to find rams for, that are going to work. They're very sound. They look like Romneys. I think just a very high-end group here to sort through. I think it's real close here in this top trio, and taking nothing away from the next three. I think that very high-end type females here. The first one, just kind of that fault-free one in a lot of ways. And the first way is her fleece is tremendous. I think that fleece is very uniform. It's very characteristic. She's got a lot of femininity about her, a lot of width and dimension in motion. She's really, really good. Just balances up extremely good. And then I think she just gets them in terms of fleece. I think her fleece is better than the next couple that come to us here, and especially in uniformity as we work back in through that britch. Just an awfully high-end one there to lead off with. A big-time ewe here in second that just has so many good pieces about her. She is so up-fronted and just a little extra stretch about her neck that I love. Her head is beautiful. She's got some extra length from flank to flank, and then she's really, really long in her hip. She stays dead level. She comes back in through her pin set. Her fleece is not maybe quite as uniform, and that's being real critical, and you have to be. I think her fleece is very good. I don't think it's quite as uniform as it works back maybe than we have in that leadoff view. But, boy, you talk about a breeding piece here that is just going to be fun to have babies out of. That's a growthy, big-time ewe to come into second with. The third one, Plays With Your Mind. That's the best-bodied one that in this group by a couple of clicks. That thing is built so good in terms of what she does with her rib and her flank in motion, her hip, her pin set, her shoulder is tremendous. She's big and rugged in terms of her footwork. She's big in terms of her back shape. Where she gets in third today is just her fleece for me is just not as good as those two. It doesn't have the characteristic that those first two do. It's very well taken care of. Don't get me wrong there. But that's an awfully nice ewe just in terms of body and build. I think that'll be a fun one to breed as well. Young man, you're holding on to an awfully nice one here in 4 as well. That sheep in motion is one of the best ones in motion by a couple of clicks. That thing glides around the ring like they're supposed to. That thing's got barrel and body and rib like they're supposed to, yet she's got some femininity about her. I love her head. You guys have got her trimmed extremely well in terms of her fleece. Her hip is good. Maybe she just gives up a little bit of sheep to those first three. She's not quite as long as those first three, maybe not quite as big in terms of her stature, but very, very high end. I think you should be proud of that one extremely well. The fifth one comes to us, another big, tall female. She, if we measured these, probably the biggest one at the point of her shoulders. And I dig that. I think she is way good in a lot of pieces. Where she's good, I think for a breeding piece, she's going to be tremendous. She's going to give you some size. She's going to give you some look, some femininity, and some breed characteristics. For me, she's just a little narrower built than maybe these 4 ewes that get ahead of her, but she's very sound. I love that female a bunch. I told the girls to keep this ornery one in 6 on the side profile. She didn't want to be here real bad. That's a high-end ewe, too. She is massive in terms of her top shape. She's gorgeous in terms of her head. Her front end is really good. Maybe in motion she wants to roach up just a nickel, and maybe that's part of her attitude today. I'm not sure, but that's a high-end ewe as well. Guys, let's put our hands together. That's a great set of Romneys. Congratulations.
Your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes will be your next class. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the National White Romney Show, first place goes to entry 1968. Winding Wicks 2332, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 205 and also was first in the junior show. Second place to entry number 1963, Morton 0262, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That ewe weighed 231. Third in the open, second in the junior show to 1970, Winding Wicks 2343. Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 232. Fourth place to and third in the junior show to 1965, Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Fifth place to entry number 1966, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Fourth in the junior show to 1958, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Seventh place, fifth in the junior show to 1964, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Eighth place, sixth in the junior show to 1967, Braden Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Ninth place, seventh in the junior show to 1961, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. 8 in the junior show, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 11th place, ninth in the junior show to Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Third to Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. And 4, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Now showing our senior ewe lambs. With this single entry in this class, following this class, we will show senior champion ewe and reserve.
We have a lone entry here in our fall ewe lambs of our White Romney show, and I again think maybe you could stack quite a few against this one, and the result would probably be the same. I think just a high-end, big rib type of female, a lot of substance to her. You get into her fleece, very uniform, very sound on her feet and legs. Just another nice entry. Congratulations.
This time in the ring, we'll need 1968 from Catherine Romas and 1963 from Emma Rogers to go along with 1978 that just finished in that senior ewe lamb class. to show for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 1978, Winding Wicks 2358 AI, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe was also first in the junior show, and she weighed 191 pounds.
Well, ringside here, we're picking our senior champion of our white National Romney show here. Let's give these three exhibitors a big, big round of applause. I think, again, very high-end group here. We're going to keep that pair of yearling ewes together. I think just a very great class that we just come out of. Very, very high-end and extremely good in terms of a pair there. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Senior Champion ewe goes to 1968. First place yearling ewe, Winding Wicks 2332, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The Reserve Senior Champion ewe goes to 1963, second in the yearling ewe class, Morton 0262, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. The Romney is a long wool breed of sheep that developed in a marshy area of England. It is the predominant breed in New Zealand. Romneys were first imported into the United States in 1904. While a good dual-purpose breed, Romneys are raised primarily for wool in the U.S. Their fleeces are heavy, long, and lustrous. Their wool has the finest diameter of any of the long wool breeds. Romneys can be either white or colored. First white Romney trivia question. In 2019, 5 years ago, Jake Reister judged at the Romney show. I want to know which exhibitor had the Reserve Champion Ram, the Champion White Ewe, and also won the Breeders' Flock, as well as being premier exhibitor. And we had an answer, and it was Charlene Carlisle of New Jersey. Since that came so quickly, let's look at that same year. Tell me who had the best fleece that year. In the white, we showed a best fleece white and a best fleece natural colored, but I want to know the exhibitor of the best fleece white that year. Give you a little hint. That same individual also had the first place exhibitor's flock and the reserve champion ewe. We need Evan to concentrate on what he's doing, so I'm going to give you the answer. The answer was Emma Rogers. Exhibitors, we do want to let you know that the photos are uploaded on kakimages.com up through all of yesterday, with the exception of the lead line from our shows yesterday and earlier this week. So you can go there and get those pictures, make your orders from kakimages.com. Currently, we're showing intermediate ewe lambs. Your next class will be Class 1 of our junior ewe lambs.
I think just another wildly good class here in our White Romney Intermediate ewe lambs. And again, quite a bit of differences floating through here. And we could even pull them other two on the side profile here and talk about them a little bit. I think they're both really good in terms of their fleeces. Maybe in motion, maybe they don't balance up quite as nice. These two, that one that comes into us in 6 wants to roach her top up here just a little bit, but really, really good in terms of her fleece structure there. And then that one that rounds out the class has got a tremendous fleece, maybe gets a little shorter coupled, maybe not as much femininity about her, but an awfully nice pair down there as well. Tough group to put together because from the outside, they look a little different than maybe when you get your hands on them and start poking through them. I think the first one, first off, just leads off for her fleece. I think she's got the best fleece here, the most uniformity and the most characteristic in terms of her fleece of this whole group. She's got the size and scale and maybe some look about her front end. Beautiful headed female. Maybe in motion, she's not my absolute favorite one. I'd like to just maybe tighten her up just a nickel as she goes around the ring. Maybe to keep her hip and pin set up just a nickel better if she could. But I think her fleece is tremendous. I think she's got some growth and some extension about her. And her feet are fine in terms of where she sets them on all 4 corners. Just maybe like to change her in what she does with her hip and motion just a nickel. But real high-end ewe there to lead off with. The next couple, a little bit more deceiving here for us. I'm going to use the ewe that I think is just a little bit better in her top. You run your hands down her top. I think she's just a little bit truer right in behind her shoulders than we have maybe that ewe that comes into 3rd. Again, I think fleece structure is really nice here in terms of uniformity. She maybe gets just a little finer featured than those ewes on either side of her. I think she's got plenty of bone, though. She's got some look about her front end. I think this is another really good one to follow in a second. Our 3rd ewe comes to us, and this one plays with your mind. They've done a tremendous job of getting that one ready, and she's so bold and so neat from the side profile when they get her stuck here for us. Gorgeous headed, dark in terms of her points, and maybe her day is yet to come. I think right in behind her shoulder today, she just opens up just a nickel, and maybe that she's going through one of them growth stages or whatever, but boy, I mean, when they get her looking just like that, it sure messes with your mind because she's so big in terms of her rib, so big in terms of her top shape, and then she's so neat in terms of her front end. If we could just make her just a fraction better right in behind her shoulder, we'd get her and lead off with her extremely easy. Next, you come to us in 4. Really a nice top ewe lamb. I think giving up maybe some scale to the ewes that get ahead of her. But boy, is she good topped, and you run your hands down her. Really nice about her head. Got some femininity about her with some length. And then we round out the top 5 with maybe the baby ewe lamb of this deal. Maybe gives up again, maybe some sheep to the other ones that get ahead of her today. But boy, she's good in terms of her hip. Really good in terms of her top when you run your hands down her, and very, very sound in motion. I think that's another real good class of White Romneys. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Now ready in the ring for Junior Ewe Lambs, Class 1 Junior Ewe Lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 1987, Morton 0285, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Second, first in the junior, and that ewe weighed 162. Second in the show, first in the junior show to 1983, Winding Wicks 2413, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighs 150. Third, second in the junior show to 1980, Winding Wicks 2403 AI, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 166. Fourth place, third in the junior show to Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fifth to entry 1979, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to entry 1982, Little Hooves Romneys, Charlene Carlisle, Morristown, New Jersey. Seventh place to 1981, Timothy Walker, Durham, New Hampshire. So here's your next question on the trivia. In 2014, 10 years ago, when Doug Gehring judged here, who had the white champion ewe? guys are pretty good. That was Hillary Chapin. That's right.
Really a nice class of junior ewe lambs here. I think there's one more of these. Again, I think very high end all the way through, and just a darn good group here. Not the biggest shoe to lead off with here in terms of maybe weight or terms of at the point of her shoulders, but I think that thing just is made extremely good. Of the two better made ones here, for me, I think she has just a little bit better fleece in terms of characteristic from front to rear. Just a real rugged boned one in terms of her footwork, really elegant up through her front end. Then we set her into motion. She takes a really nice stride for us. I think this an awfully neat little ewe lamb to lead off with. Our next one maybe just a little bit bigger in terms of her stature, really a big bone, big bodied, maybe just a little longer sided, and I give that one the nod for being a little bit longer from flank to flank than we have in our lead off ewe. I don't think in terms of her fleece there's as much characteristic there. I do think this is going to be a big old yearling ewe come next year. I think another high end one there to go in second hole. Real tough ewe to get placed here in third. A lot of positives in this female. She's really sound in motion. That's maybe one of the better moving ones that we have in this drive. I love her top shape. She's really good and level in terms of how she comes back in through her hip. Really good in terms of her fleece. It doesn't look like she's as good fleece from the outside till you get in and part that. Maybe on the outside they've done a little bit more preparation to it, but when you get into it, very, very uniform from front to rear. Where I ding her just a nickel today is just on her head color, just a little bit of that freckly brown being on that nose, and that's being real critical of one that's got a lot of positives about her. She is up on her toes and so sound in motion. I think that's an awfully neat one there. really good fleece when it comes to us, and 4 real long-sided and got some ruggedness about her. Looks like she's going to continue to grow and be a great big yearling ewe here for us. Maybe just a little bit piecey in terms of her build, especially in motion. She wants to get her shoulder maybe to tuck towards the ground just a nickel. Gets a little bit bolder and lower as she carries that shoulder, but I do love the length. I think she's a tremendous fleeced female to come into that 4th hole for us. 5 and 6 come to us, and just, again, maybe there's a little bit piecier in terms of how they're built, but good headed females. Great color about them in terms of their breed characteristics, and both of them really good fleeces. So again, not a bad one in this class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations here. Pick your flavor of ice cream the girls are buying.
Now ready in the ring for Class 2 of our white junior ewe lambs. Placing on the early class of junior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 1990 Winding Wicks 2421, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Second place, first in junior show, to 1991 Winding Wicks 2420, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 140. Third place, second in the junior show, to entry 1989 Winding Wicks 2424, Dahlia. Brown Wolf of Lee, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 134. Fourth place, to entry 1992, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Fifth place, third in the junior show, to 1988, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Sixth and fourth in the junior show, to 1994, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Currently, we're showing Class 2 of our junior ewe lambs. Your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. So 15 years ago, at the 2009 show, in the white Romneys, tell me the name of the exhibitor who had the exhibitor flock first place, breeder flock first place, and get of sire first place. It's kind of ironic because this person did not have the champion ram or reserve, did not have the champion ewe or reserve. Tor Sorensen judged that year. And the answer was Sadie Moore.
Really a fun way to end up the individual classes here of our White Romney female show. Just a really fun class, again, of just high-end females that are so good. And just, again, not a bad one in here. There's a lot of differences in here, no doubt. But I'm telling you, just a darn good set. I think it's real close between 1 and 2. The first one just paints such a nice picture when they get her stuck here for us. She's got maybe just a little more dimension working in her top today. Big-hipped female. She does shorten up from flank to flank, just a nickel. But, boy, they get her stuck. And a beautiful headed ewe with some femininity about her, just some ruggedness about her. And I think today she's just a little bit better right behind her shoulder as she builds out of her shoulder into her loin and rack. And that may change here as they become yearling ewes. I think both of them are extremely good in terms of their fleece. very, very uniform, very, very characteristic, and just very, very good in terms of their breed character. I think a high-end pair of ewe lambs there to go 1 and 2. Little baby ewe lamb comes to us in 3, and just sound as you'd want to make one in motion. Maybe gives up some sheep to those first 2 today is all. I think fleece structure is fine. I think really good in terms of her top shape. Again, I think we watch her grow into a yearling ewe. She's going to be very impressive because her build and structure is not going to change, and that's going to stay there for us. Another ewe lamb here in 4. I think you could lead off with this ewe lamb and be very comfortable with it. She's so long from flank to flank. She's so long in terms of her 13 thread back, and then in her fleece, extremely good. She's got some ruggedness about her. She's pretty darn green and immature in terms of her top shape today. That's okay. This is the baby class. They're supposed to be. I read her to be a great big yearling ewe come next year here for us. Another upstanding type of female here in terms of her shoulder. Femininity is tremendous on that sheep. Maybe in terms of fleece, maybe one of the better ones in terms of characteristic, in terms of that Romney fleece. Maybe as it gets back into the britch, maybe the preparation maybe not quite as good, maybe laid in some of the wet there, so that the visual maybe doesn't pop for you right off the bat, but you get into that fleece, it's extremely good. Then we work into a long-sided one that these guys brought you a yearling ewe that was very tough in that class, and I read this one to be a big old yearling ewe come next year too. She's again green in her top shape, but beautiful headed with some length about her. Can't say enough about that baby class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the Junior Ewe Lamb Class 2, first place and first in the junior show goes to entry 1995, Winding Wicks 2440, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighs 112. Second in the open, second in the junior to 2003, Morton 0293, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighs 109. Third to 1996, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighs 127. Fourth place to entry 2004, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Fifth place to 2002, Little Hooves Romney, Charlene Carlisle, Moorestown, New Jersey. Sixth and third in the junior show to Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Third place, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 4, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. And 6, to Little Hooves, Romney, Charlene Carlisle, Morristown, New Jersey. Class now in the ring is for Open Show Junior Champion, White Ewe, and Reserve. Following this class, we will have our class for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ewe.
As we get back out here to pick our junior champion and reserve of the White Romney National Show, let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause here. They bring you a really fun set of junior ewe lambs to sort through. There's some differences floating through them, but at the end of the day, I think they're all sound. They've got some look and some femininity about them, yet get into their fleeces, a lot of characteristic, a lot of uniformity about them. I think it's pretty close here. You could go any route and be right. We've got a big female that comes out of that junior or the older ones, if you will, that we said that just dig that one's fleece and just stretch and style. In motion, maybe we said she wasn't maybe the favorite in terms of what she does with herself in motion in terms of her balance. I think her positives are extremely good, though. We're going to use her today for our junior champion. It gets a little closer for reserve after that for me. This little teddy bear come out here, that late class, and just we said in class maybe she's just a little bit shorter coupled, maybe just like to stretch her out just a nickel, but she's so sound and massive in terms of her top shape, really good in terms of her fleece, and she'll be our reserve today. Congratulations.
Open Show Junior Champion White Ewe goes to entry 1987 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class. Morton, 0285, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. The Open Show Reserve Junior Champion White Ewe goes to 1995 from the late class of junior ewe lambs. Winding Wicks, 2440, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ewe. The National Champion White Romney Trophy, which is a perpetual trophy, is the Joanne Mast Honorary Trophy presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the National Champion White Romney Ewe. Joanne's contribution to the Romney breed, to the association, and its membership by producing good, sound genetics and then providing transportation to both coasts. Joanne's mentoring and hauling has kept the breed in the public's eye. This perpetual trophy is sponsored by Little Hooves Romneys from Morristown, New Jersey. Also, Emma Rogers of Danielson, Connecticut offers an award to the Grand Champion White Ewe. And then whenever we select our Junior Show Champion Ewe, Southern Oregon Romneys of Oregon offers an award for our Junior Show Grand Champion White Ewe.
We're about to pick our a national champion white female here for the Romney show. Let's again give not just these four, but all the Romney exhibitors today just a big old round of applause here. I think just a very high-end national show. This breed seems to have taken a little bit of an uptick the last few years, and some people that didn't have this breed now do, and are playing with this game just a little bit. And I think that's super fun for you Romney exhibitors to have some more people in the game, and then have some different exhibitors come about and try to raise some of these sheep. This has been a high-end, really, really fun show to sort through. And again, like I said, I think I've judged some tough sheep shows. This one is right up there, and one of the ones that from a quality standpoint, just so good all the way through, and it's been certainly my pleasure. I think the yearling ewe, you got a big yearling ewe that stands up, big old bodied ewe with a great fleece about her. She'll be our champion today, and then gets pretty close for reserve. We put the next two into motion. You got another big yearling ewe that just glides around the ring with some size and scale to her. You got a ewe lamb down here that I think's just got a wicked good fleece. So some pieces and parts there. Maybe you'd change the ewe lamb just today in motion, just a freckle, and I think it's just a growth spurt thing. I'm going to come back and get that other yearling ewe for reserve. I think just a big, powerful female. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our open show grand champion white ewe goes to entry 1968. Our senior champion ewe, our first place in the yearling ewe class, Winding Wicks 2332, Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion ewe, entry 1963, Morton 0262, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. We do need to show for reserve champion junior show ewe, 1968, which was the grand champion ewe in the open show, is also our junior show champion ewe. So we'll need to show for reserve. So we'll need 1970, third place yearling ewe from Catherine Romas in the ring. We'll need 1978, which is Catherine Romas's senior ewe lamb. We will need 1983 from Catherine Romas, which came out of the intermediate ewe lamb. 1991, which is we need 1970, the second junior show yearling ewe of Catherine Romas. And we need 1995 from Catherine Romas out of the second class of junior ewe lambs. So that would be Winding Wicks 2343 and also Winding Wicks 2440.
As we get them back out here for our reserve overall junior show female, again, I think a very high quality group to pick from. Something about this little female down here, I think just strikes me. I think that's an awfully nice piece. She'll be our reserve today. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Reserve Junior Show champion ewe goes to 1995. Winding Wicks 2440. Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. We are now ready to move into our groups. We need exhibitors flock, please. Exhibitors flock. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Third to Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Now showing breeders flock. Placing on the breeders flock, first place to Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Now ready for Get of Sire. Following the Get of Sire class, we will show best-headed white Romney, and then best white fleece. Next class is best-headed white Romney. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Second place to Winding Wicks Farm, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Again, now ready for best headed. Then we'll do best white fleece. Ravenwood Farm offers an award for our best-headed white Romney. Our next class is Best Fleece. Best Fleece is your next class. Best headed white Romney goes to an animal out of the white yearling ewe class, entry number 1958, which was Higgins 23172, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. We're now showing Best White Fleece and the National Champion White Fleece plaque. The National Champion White Fleece plaque is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association in memory of Jack Kalina. The perpetual plaque honors Jack's commitment to the breed by promoting Romneys and their fleeces in and out of the show ring. Jack was a member of the ARBA for almost 40 years, and his family continues to show. This plaque is sponsored by the Kalina family from Oregon. Stephanie Boreen is presenting. She has traveled here from Oregon. Stephanie is Jack's granddaughter. For the best white fleece, our winner was entry 1984 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class, Winding Wicks 2416, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. We do also want to recognize our premier exhibitor and premier breeder with their awards for this show of this portion of the Romney show. Again, awards that they get are sponsored by the Big E, and the winner of those both are Catherine Romas, Winding Wicks Farm of Chichester, New Hampshire. So if Catherine or somebody would come out and get those awards. Okay, we will start at 4:15 with the natural coloreds. Natural colored Romneys at 4:15. All right. They tell me you're ready to do the raffle. Okay. Evan's going to draw. And Evan has drawn a name. It must not be mine. He's not excited. It says Haley Reed. Haley Reed.
Really a nice pair of yearling rams here to get started in our natural colored Romney National Show here. Some give or take in this pair, and you can decide if you want to flop them or not. For me, just a great big bodied ram here with some size and scale to him. Very massive in terms of his top shape. If you want to talk about fleece, he doesn't have the fleece that this next one does. The next one's got more characteristic, more uniformity about his fleece. Both of them very sound with some look about them. I'm going to use the bigger bodied ram here for this drive. A nice pair, though. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of yearling rams for the natural colored Romneys, first place goes to entry 2025, Romney Haven RH26, Davy Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ram weighing 317. Second place to entry 2024, Winding Wicks 2301, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. That ram weighing 213. We now need our natural colored senior ram lambs in the ring. We have one entry in that class.
We get a lone entry here in our senior ram lambs of our natural colored Romney show here for our males. And I think one, again, you'd just love to have a whole class of them to stack against this one. Very sound and then really good in terms of his body. Really nice fleece about him. Just real robust and masculine about his look and appearance. I think an awfully nice one there. Congratulations.
This time, we're now ready to show for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Natural Colored Ram. So we'll need those two yearling rams back in the ring as well as that senior ram lamb. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry number 2028, Winding Wicks 2356 AI. Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 199 pounds.
As we get the trio back out here for our senior champion in reserve, let's give them a big round of applause here. I think a very high-quality trio to sort through. And for me, it boils down to fleece here for us in this drive. Our fall buck lamb's got maybe just a nickel better fleece than our yearling. We're going to use him for champion and get our yearling for reserve. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
Senior champion ram goes to entry number 2028. Our first place senior ram lamb, Winding Wicks 2356 AI, Winding Wicks Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve champion for the senior division to first place yearling ram 2025, Romney Haven RH 26, Davy Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. Now ready for natural colored intermediate ram lambs, please.
Really a nice pair of intermediate ram lambs here, and some give or take in this pair. For me, in motion, maybe just a little bit more coordinated here that we lead off with. A big-bodied sheep with a nice top line in him. Get into his fleece, and maybe just a nickel more uniform about his fleece as he works back in through his britch. The one that comes second, really a neat presentation of his fleece. Again, maybe not quite as uniform as that one that leads off, but I dig this one's front end just in terms of his stretch. I think he's going to grow into a big, neat yearling ram as he continues to mature for us. In motion, he's just a little bit uncoordinated of what he's doing with his wheels today, and I'm certain that's a growth, just a growth spurt about him. I think both of them very high end. Congratulations.
Our next class is natural colored junior ram lambs. Placing on the intermediate ram lamb class, first place went to entry 2030, Winding Wicks 2417, Courtney Lyman of Draycott, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 169. Second place to 2029, Little Hooves 401. Little Hooves Romney's Charlene Carlisle, Moorestown, New Jersey. That ram weighed 132.
Another really good class here. You Romney breeders know how to put on an awfully nice show. It's harder to find one to start with in the bottom end than it is maybe the top end in some of these classes, and that's a good thing. I think another really high quality group here all the way through. I dig this little buck lamb here to lead off with. Just a great picture that he paints from the side. He's got some extra ruggedness about him, just not only in his footwork, but about his head. Really, really masculine about his head work. You run your hands down his top. He's dead level back in through his hip. Just an awfully neat one. Then we talk about fleece. He's really, really dark, so you got to study that one extremely good. But there's a lot of uniformity about that one, a lot of character about it, but you really have to look at it. You can't see it from the outside, no doubt. I think that's a very high-end one to lead off with. They paint a nice picture here with this one that's a little more gray here for us in second. Maybe in just in terms of dimension, maybe not quite as stout looking and appearing maybe as that leadoff ram. Certainly a good moving sheep, though, in terms of his balance. Again, get into his fleece, very uniform. Just a different color appearance and a little harder to differentiate between the two from the outside, especially. I think a very high-end pair there. Working to a big-bodied sheep into third here. Front part of his fleece is tremendous. Maybe gets a little less uniform as he works back in through his britch, but again, some stoutness about him. I love his head. Again, I think this is another really good one. And then a ram that we end up with here, I think another really high-end one. I love that one's body and barrel. Maybe in terms of his fleece, not quite as much character as we have in a couple of them, but that's not saying he's bad fleece. I think he's very good. Just a high-end set all the way through. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Next class will be pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 2032, Fleener 2458, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania, that ram weighing 109. Second place to entry number 2033, Winding Wicks 2443, Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 128. Third place to 2027, Courtney Lyman, Draycott, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 107. Fourth and first in junior show to 2034, Higgins, 24197, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Our next class following the pair of ram lambs that's in the ring will be Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Courtney Lyman, Draycott, Massachusetts. Again, now showing for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram in our Romney show this afternoon.
Well, not a lot of numbers here for our natural colored Romney National Show here in the male side, but man, I'm telling you, just another real high-end set of sheep here, very, very high in terms of their quality. Just a darn good group here. I dig this little baby lamb here. I think just a super neat piece. He's so good in terms of his top. I'll tell you a question mark that when he first come out is they've got his testicle wool fluffed up a little bit, and so it makes you kind of wonder. They're fine. I think just an awfully nice one there in terms of of look and design, and then again very, very dark in terms of his fleece. And it's very, very uniform. He'll be our champion today. And then I think it closes up just a nickel for reserve. You got just a great big bodied early lamb here with a massive top about him. You got a lamb that comes out of that same class as our champion that maybe just has a tick more appearance about him in terms of show ring appeal, in terms of shoulder there. Both of them really, really good in their fleece. I'm going to give the nod to the baby lamb here. We'll give him for reserve. Congratulations.
Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to entry number 2032. First in our Junior Ram Lamb class, Fleener 2458, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Junior Champion to second in that class, lot number 2033, Winding Wicks 2443, Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Romney Ram. The Larry and Gayla Bullock Cup is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the National Champion Natural Colored Romney Ram. This award is given to honor a Romney breeder who has made a significant impact on the breed throughout the years. The Bullocks' early AI genetics were well sought after, and their show ring presence was undeniable. This award is sponsored by Winding Wicks Farm from Chichester, New Hampshire. Also, Ethan Kennedy of New York offers an award for the Natural Colored Grand Champion Ram as well.
We get the four back out here for our champion overall natural colored National Romney Ram. And I tell you, just again, four real high individuals here. Just the caliber of them is tremendous, and you're witnessing some of the best ones in the country here, just in terms of their build and their body. And then this light shines through on this this black one just a minute ago, and you can just see the character in that fleece just kind of everywhere. I'm going to use him today for our champion. I think just a really high-end one there. Then we get a little closer for reserve. I think I like the gray fleece just a little bit better maybe than this senior lamb. We're going to come back and get our reserve junior here for reserve overall. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram is our junior champion. The junior champion, 2032 on the entry number, came out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Fleener 2458, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram was our Reserve Junior Champion Ram, second in that Junior Ram Lamb class, entry 20033, Winding Wicks 2443, Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. This time we need entry number 2034 from Cadence Higgins to come to the ring for Junior Show Champion Natural Colored Ram. And our junior show champion natural colored ram goes to entry number 2034 out of the junior ram lamb class, Higgins 24197, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Great Bay Wool Marks, Durham, New Hampshire, offers an award for the junior show grand champion natural colored ram. All right, we're ready to move on to our yearling ewes. We need Class 1 natural colored yearling ewes to the ring. Okay, first trivia question. 15 years ago at the 2009 Big E, in the natural colored ram show, or natural colored Romney show, who had the grand champion ram, the reserve grand champion ram, the grand champion ewe, the reserve grand champion ewe? They won the exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, get of sire, and best fleece, and they were the Romney premier exhibitor and premier breeder. And on top of all that, they had the supreme champion ram during Wool Week. It was Jillian and Moore Sheep Company out of Ohio that had that.
Again, can't say enough high positives about this group of sheep. Again, I think just a really darn good group, and probably should just bring them other two over and put them right here in this lineup, because fleece structure is tremendous in those ewes. They're maybe not as big, and in terms of their stature, maybe not quite as showy as a couple of them are here, but man, their fleeces are very uniform and very nice. I think we could just bring them and put them in line. I think they're very high quality. No need of putting those down there in that lineup there. We get into a trio of ewes here, and even that 4 and 5 ewes, just a really, really high quality, big, powerful ewe to lead off with the best fleece of maybe my favorites here. I think just a big-bodied, big top sheep, very, very stout and rugged in terms of her bone, lots of rib and barrel and body in her, and then she gets the nod of being a little better fleece than maybe that ewe in second. The ewe in second is a big old-bodied ewe with a nice top shape about her, very good in motion. That one just glides around the ring like they're supposed to. Again, get into her fleece. Maybe it's a little more opened up, maybe not as much characteristic as we have, especially on those ewes on either side of her, but I think she gets the nod of over that third ewe of just being the better structured one, specifically there in motion of what she does with her shoulder. I think just an awfully nice one there to go too. Big, tall fronted one here coming to third hole for us that has got a beautiful fleece. I mean, that one may be going to get the nod of being the best fleece in this class. I love that one's in terms of uniformity. A lot of character about that one. In motion, this ewe wants to maybe roach her top up just a nickel, and part of it could be her attitude. I don't think she's got the best attitude here for him, but a big old tall fronted ewe with some look about her and a great fleece, I think would keep her in that third hole very nicely. Young lady, you bring one to us here that is just tremendous. I love this ewe in motion. I think she's the best structured one that we have in this class. I think she's the best footed one. I think in motion she holds her shoulder as good as any of them. She shortens up just a nickel, maybe compared to those ewes that get ahead of her. Maybe her fleece is not quite as good as that ewe that's in third, but man, is she high end. Big hipped. You're going to have fun breeding that one. You're going to have good babies out of that sheep every time. I promise you that. That's an awfully nice female. Real long-sided one comes to us in 5. Just dead level as she works back in from her top line back in through her hip. Gives up a little fleece quality, maybe compared to a couple of them, but very neat in terms of a breeding piece, guys. Very high-end class. Give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Now ready for Class 2 yearling ewes. Placing on Class 1 yearling ewes for the natural colored Romney National Show. First place to 2043, Winding Wicks 2322. Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, and that ewe weighed 205. Second place to entry number 2039, Romney Haven, RH28, Davy Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighed 198. Third place to entry 2042, Courtney Lyman, Draycott, Massachusetts. That ewe weighed 164. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to 2037, Winding Wicks 2305, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 5, second in the junior show to 2038, Higgins 23174, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry 2041, Melissa Trojanowski, Terryville, Connecticut. 7 to entry number 2040, Melissa Trojanowski, Terryville, Connecticut. We have Class 2 yearling ewes in the ring. Your next class following this one will be pair of yearling ewes.
another fun, really, really high quality group of females here for the Natural Colored Romney National Show. And again, I think take all these to rams to just make slight changes in them, and you're just going to be right there in track. I think this, again, very sound, very good about their fleeces, and then they look like Romneys about their breed character. I think this is an awfully nice group. Really a high-end ewe to lead off with here. It doesn't matter what breed that we have. We always probably try to find these type of females just to breed with. I think this this a little more exotic, if you will, fronted type of female with just crazy femininity about her. Yet she's got quite a bit of body too. You get your hands on her. There's plenty of rib. There's plenty of dimension in her top, big in her hip, and then she glides around the ring free and easy, just like we like to see them. I think this an awfully nice one there to lead off with. The next one I think pushes her pretty hard, just in sheer fleece. I think that one's fleece is tremendous. It's very, very characteristic and very uniform from front to rear. She's got some size and scale to her. She's not quite as fancy fronted maybe as that lead-off ewe. Not quite as coordinated maybe in motion as that lead-off ewe, but just another really high-end one to come into second hole for us. The girls present one here for us in third that is pretty neat. That sheep is so robust in just her appearance and in terms of her handle. She's so massive in terms of her top shape. I love her hip and pin set. That may be the best pin setted Romney that we've had today in the whole show. I think that one is just major there. She shortens up just a nickel compared to those first two ewes. Maybe doesn't have as much up and out about her front end, but just another really good one there. Her fleece is good too. I think that one, for having that kind of a gray-white fleece mix, it's just very good and uniform all the way through. We work into one in four here. But maybe in terms of just how she's built in her front end, maybe just a little piecier maybe than a couple that get ahead of her. But, man, another really good fleece, very uniform, a lot of luster and character about that. She's got some size and scale and some look about her. Her neck sets at the point of her shoulder is one of the best ones we've seen. She's just so neat there. I think this is another high-end one there. A little shorter coupled one comes to us in 5, and one that if we could just stretch her out, and I think we can find rams that'll do that for her. She's great in terms of her fleece. She's so sound in motion. Just change her just a nickel in terms of just lengthen her up just a little bit. We're going to have really nice babies out of that one. Then a long-sided one here that doesn't really want to act nice for them today. But, boy, is she good in terms of her top. She's got some added length from her 13th rib. I think this is another darn good group. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations to the Romney breeders here.
Again, your next class is a pair of yearling ewes. Placing on Class 2 of our yearling ewes for the Natural Colored Romneys, first place to 2045, Thistledown 316, Claire Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. That ewe weighed 191. Second place to 2046, Little Hooves 344, Little Hooves Romneys, Charlene Carlisle, Morristown, New Jersey. That ewe weighed 191. Third place to 2044, Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 187. Fourth place to 2048, Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts. 5 to 2047, Timothy Walker, Durham, New Hampshire. And 6 to 2049, Courtney Lehman, Dracut, Massachusetts. Your next class will be senior ewe lambs. Placing on the pair yearling ewe class, first place goes to Courtney Lehman, Dracut, Massachusetts. Second place to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third, Melissa Trojanowski, Terryville, Connecticut. Again, we now need natural colored senior ewe lambs. We have one entry in that class.
Really fancy, big-bodied fall ewe lamb here with a lone entry for us. I think that one's got a good fleece as well. I think just another really good one here to be a class winner for us. I wish we had some more to stack against her. Just an awfully nice piece there, girls. Congratulations.
Now ready to show for the Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Natural Colored Romney ewe. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 2053, Winding Wicks 2357, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. That ewe weighed 125.
as we get our senior ewes back out here, our 2 class of yearling ewes and our lone entry and our fall ewe lambs for our natural colored Romney National Show. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. I think they bring you a really nice set of females here to sort through. For me, it closes up pretty tightly for reserve. For me, this middle ewe, just in terms of look and design and just really fluid in motion. And maybe today she's not the absolute biggest bodied thing that we've seen, but boy, is she fancy and good topped with, I think, an ideal fleece. She's got a good enough fleece. Maybe not the absolute best one we've seen today, but I think an awfully good one as well, with a lot of positives and pieces about a breeding female that we need to look for. She'll be our champion. Then I think it closes up for reserve, just a little tighter between that big body yearling ewe that comes out of Class 1 or this yearling ewe that resembles a lot of our class-winning ewe that makes our champion here for us. Fleece structure is really, really close here. I'm going to give the nod to this bigger-bodied female with a little more rib. She'll be our reserve today. Congratulations.
Open Show senior champion natural colored ewe goes to 2045 out of the second class of yearling ewes. Thistledown 316, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion goes to entry 2043, our class winner of Class 1 yearling ewes, Winding Wicks 2322, Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready for natural colored intermediate ewe lambs.
earlier, a friend of mine said in the white show that there was a class that you could just load them all and take them home and breed them. I think this class falls into that line. I think there's three tremendous females here that just offer a tremendous amount of good, not only in body and type and structure, but fleece. All three of these are extremely good fleece. Just a really fancy, long-bodied one that we lead off with. It's got some ruggedness about her. She's got some stretch about her. She didn't want to lead off for the 4-H'ers. Really good to start. When we see her move, she does put her feet on all four corners. Just a real neat head about her. And get into her fleece. It's got some white in it, but boy, is it uniform in terms of its character all the way back and through its britch. I think just an awfully neat female. Then the next one, young lady's got this one presented so well. Just a big body, big ribbed ewe that just has a lot of top shape about her. Maybe not quite the length of side that we have in that class winner, but boy, is she very nice headed, very nice about her fleece. I think just a darn good one there to come into second. Real fancy one here in third. Really good in terms of her top. You run your hands down her, just nothing wrong with that one either. Again, maybe just gives up just a nickel of top shape maybe to those two today. That could change as she becomes a yearling ewe. I think very sound, very, very high quality trio. Congratulations.
Next class is junior ewe lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 2054, Funky Farm 2404, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighed 128. Second place, first in the junior show, to entry 2055, Winding Wicks 2422, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And third, to entry number 2056, Little Hooves 421, Davy Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighed 131. Again, now ready for junior ewe lambs. So here's the next trivia question. In 2019, 5 years ago, who had the natural colored Romney champion ram and reserve champion ewe and won the exhibitor's flock? Okay, Ethan. And that is correct. It was Ethan Kennedy.
Well, another tremendous fun set of females to sort through here. And again, just the Romney breeders and exhibitors haven't disappointed any class here. Again, I think we could just bring them right online here and say that they're just as good as these. There's just some differences in them. I think just a very high-end group, again, to sort through. I think a real wild-bodied one here that is just massive in terms of her top shape. Really good in her rib with some extra look and dimension about her. I think today she wins from just being a combination sheep of just being maybe a little more show ring ready than maybe a couple of them that fall in behind her here. But really good in her fleece. I love her head in motion. That female just glides around the ring like they're supposed to. I think this is an awfully nice one there to lead off with. The next one, I think this mostly resembles her today. She's not quite as exotic fronted maybe as this one that comes into third for us, but a lot of rib and body and barrel in this ewe. Really a nice fleece about her as well. And again, just a really neat head about her as well. She gets a little shorter coupled maybe than those ewes on either side of her. We could just change her there and just stretch her out just a nickel if we could, but she paints a really nice picture with a nice fleece here for us. Interesting one in third. I think this one probably going to read her to be the great big yearling ewe come next year. She's maybe today just in terms of top shape, just not quite ready at 12 o'clock maybe for us, but really green and neat in terms of her design. I think she comes at the point of her shoulders as good as any of them in the class here with some extra stretch about her. Plenty good on her feet and legs. I think we'll see her come next year, and that'll be her better days. I think this is an awfully neat piece to go into third. Really a neat gray one here that just, again, paints such a neat picture from the side. Again, maybe she gets just a little shorter in terms of her build, maybe than those ewes that lead off for her. I'm maybe going to reach out here, though, and say that these next two might be the best fleece two of this drive. They're both extremely good in terms of character, extremely good in terms of uniformity. The long-sided one that we round out in 5 here with, just a neat one in terms of top shape, some extra length about her, and again, I love her fleece. Maybe just in motion, maybe not quite as balanced, maybe as a couple of them ahead of her, but darn good one there with some ruggedness about her. Good class to round out our individuals. Congratulations here.
Next class is pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the natural colored junior ewe lamb class, first place goes to 2057 Winding Wicks, 2427 Victoria Briggs, Letts, Iowa. That ewe weighed 132. Second place to entry number 2065 Winding Wicks, 2447 Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 107. Third place to entry 2062 Jill Morton, Chepachet, Rhode Island. That ewe weighed 125. 4 to entry 2063 Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 5 to 2060 Jill Morton, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Sixth place, first in junior show, to 2066 HPF E 1101 Opal, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. 7th place to entry 2059, Timothy Walker, Durham, New Hampshire. 8th, second in the junior show to 2058, Bronwyn Wolf, Lee, New Hampshire. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 2nd place to Jill Morton, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Now showing for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Natural Colored ewe.
Well, ringside here, we're picking our junior and reserve junior champion females here for the natural colored National Romney show. Let's put our hands together. Big round of applause. I think a really high quality group all the way through. And like we said in some of those classes, just wasn't a bad one in the whole drive. I think just a whale of a set of females to sort through here. We're going to get this later ewe lamb here for our junior champion. I think just a whale of a body sheep that has some design and some look to her. So sound on her feet and legs. I think just an awfully neat one there. And then it closes up a little tighter for reserve for me. I dig this one that comes out of this first class. She does not want to show for the young people, does not want to put her feet where they want them to, but in motion, that sheep sets square for us. She's got a unique fleece with some white going through it. Boy, it's got a lot of character to it. Really uniform. She'll be our reserve today. Congratulations.
Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored ewe goes to 2057. First in the Junior ewe lamb class, Winding Wicks, 2427, Victoria Briggs, Letts, Iowa. The Reserve Junior Champion to 2054 out of the Intermediate ewe lamb class, Funky Farm, 2404, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. Now showing for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. The Ed and Helen Julian Honorary Trophy is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the National Champion Natural Colored Romney ewe. This award acknowledges their significant contribution to the breed by putting the Romney front and center after capturing the first Romney Supreme title at the North American International Livestock Expo. Ed and Helen encouraged our youth to participate in showing Romneys, and they provided a positive boost to the breed. This perpetual trophy is sponsored by the Hayes family of New Jersey. Also, for our natural colored Grand Champion ewe, Birds of a Feather Farm of Coventry, Connecticut offers another award as well.
Well, Romney breeders, exhibitors, and enthusiasts, let's put our hands together here for these four as we come back out here for our champion and reserve females of our natural colored show. Being the national, certainly my pleasure and an honor to be asked to be here to sort through it. I think, again, this breed has got an uptick of want and need and some new people getting in it. I think that's very, very neat. You guys present them. Just unfold the best that any breed can say. These fleeces are in such great shape. You guys get some shape on them. These sheep move good. They've got balance about them. They look like they're supposed to. I think just a very high-end show, so be proud of your national show here. This yearling ewe just has so much look and appeal to her. She'll be our champion. And then I think it closes up pretty tightly for reserve. I just love this ewe lamb. She come out here and struck me extremely hard right off the bat. She'll be reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion ewe goes to 2045, our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe coming from our second class of yearling ewes, Thistledown 316, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion ewe. Entry number 2057, Winding Wicks 2427, Victoria Briggs, Letts, Iowa. At this time, we need to select a junior show champion and reserve champion. So we'll need Winding Wicks 2305 from Elizabeth Briggs and 2038 from Cadence Higgins from that first yearling ewe class. We'll need Winding Wicks 2422 from Elizabeth Briggs from the intermediate ewe lamb class. We'll need HPF E1101 Opal from Penelope Kemp from the junior ewe lamb class, and we'll need Winding Wicks 2435 from Bronwyn Wolf from the junior ewe lamb class. Ethan Kennedy of Canandaigua, New York, offers an award for junior show grand champion natural colored ewe.
Well, as we get them relined back out here for our junior show champion and reserve, let's give our young exhibitors here a big round of applause. They come out here in some of these classes and were extremely competitive. they present them just as good as the adults do, and just a really nice showing here for this junior champion in reserve for our show here for us. Young lady comes out here with a yearling ewe that, man, I dug that one in class. I think that one's just good-bodied and so sound. She'll be our champion tonight. And then we're going to come back and get this little ewe lamb for reserve. Just wicked in terms of her fleece. Really a nice piece there. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Junior show champion ewe goes to our animal from the first yearling ewe class, lot number 2037, Winding Wicks 2305, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. The reserve junior show champion goes to the animal from our junior ewe lamb class, entry number 2066, HPF E1101, Opal, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. We are now ready to go on to our natural colored exhibitors flock. Again, we're ready for exhibitors flock, natural colored exhibitors flock, please. Placing on the natural colored exhibitors flock, first place goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready for breeders flock. placing on the natural colored breeder's flock, first place to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas. Placing on the Get of Sire, first place goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. We are now ready for best headed natural colored Romney. Best headed natural colored Romney. Best headed ewe goes to entry number 2042 out of yearling ewe class 1. Lyman 2302. Courtney Lyman, Draycott, Massachusetts. Now showing for best natural colored fleece. The award is presented by the American Romney Breeders Association to the national champion natural colored best fleece in memory of Morris Culver. Morris was well versed on wool and was always eager to share his knowledge with others. He was responsible for registering the first natural colored Romneys in the United States. This perpetual plaque is sponsored by Cheryl Dunlap of Old Orchard Romneys from Ohio. Also, Ravenwood Farm, Terryville, offers an award for best headed natural colored ram that we just gave to Courtney Lyman. Following this class, we will announce the premier exhibitor and premier breeder for the natural colored Romneys, an award presented on both of those from the American Romney Breeders Association. And our best fleeced natural colored goes to entry 2060, Morton 0289, Jill Morton, Chepachet, Rhode Island. And our premier exhibitor and premier breeder award goes to Winding Wicks Farm, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That does conclude our shows today as far as sheep shows here in the building. Tomorrow morning we start out again. We'll be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And in just a few minutes, I believe Becky Peterson's going to have a demo, because we're right at 6:02